睡哪去？
Yes, that means richer, more responsive worlds in games, improved, and more that were simply not possible before. Imagine having this in computer games in real time. Wow! Yes, with this, you can play squishy things up to 100,000 vertices in real time. Or you can go up to 500,000 vertices, at which point it is still interactive. You know what's crazy? Well, almost nobody is talking about it. So, what can you do? And then, of course, how? Well, squishy balls are amazing. Of course, this is not a simple sphere with a texture. No sir, it is covered in many little bristles that deform and collide with the ground as it rolls. This one pushes 700,000 vertices, all simulated perfectly, and not real time, but at interactive rates. God have mercy on my soul. And in the cloth examples, the layers slide over one another perfectly, achieving this level of friction and contact stability in real time has been a long-standing grand challenge in computer graphics. Also, video game characters could have clothes that are so much better than what we have now, it's not even funny. Wow! And it is so fast. Of course, it gives us the possibility. That's higher than this is just one little magic. You can see the 4 seconds or what is going on inside the water. Stretching with a Source code available for free for nobody has done. So, we wish to have seen the people today. Sometimes it's a bad all this is now possible through human ingenuity. There was no brilliant scientist I had before 20 free research at home or back. Millions of scientists around the world making life better. How cool is that? But people doesn't get that. I hope you have really no tools for the era of LLMs and weights and measures now. A lightweight tool is the ultimate upgrade of the use traces to divide how data flows to each step of your app. Use evaluations to measure your progress. It is and fast. Try it out now at wmd.tv/status or click the link in the description.
It's not just the game I love, but the community. Sure, people talk to me in chat and about me. People say, hey, how do you do that? Dude, uninstall the game. But that's really honestly really that was making that so well. And he's always running the same chart. You know about their enthusiasm for the game and the energy that they bring. And that's why, after all these years, I still play every day. Now we're back to Germany once more. Cheers, play it again. Hold on, wäre das mein Spot.
Was hast du zu mir gesagt? Oder sprich Englisch, wenn du kein Deutsch? I respect that, Chuck.
And to any of you who are tuning in for the first time,
How much you $37,000.
10,000.
But that was in 1980.
80. I know it's They got some, it's fine. No, they're down, brother. They got some, it's fine. No, they're down, brother.
you everyone for joining us to the stand today. We have with us legendary game. Thank you everyone for joining us to the stand today. We have with us legendary game programmer Jonathan Blow. If you do not know, he is upcoming releasing a game, Order of the Sinking Star. Josh, play the trailer.
Let us begin. Template for Combiner. North.
A world of heroes.
Can you charm that goblin?
It's too far.
I'll swap him out.
East, the mirror eyes.
Will the mirrors repair my soul? Will I pass the test?
West, endless caverns, beams of light.
Nobody else can get this old mind suit working. At the time that I was joining Stripe, the industry was holding a lot of whiteboard interviews. You write code on a whiteboard during an engineering interview. And we believe today that's actually like a great way of simulating what it's like to see an engineer do work. So at Stripe, we designed an interview process where folks would actually be on a laptop with all the tools that they were used to having and pair program with an interviewer. And we try to give the most kind of realistic experience of work that we could. The programming exercises were very deliberately designed in order to make sure that we were selecting for folks that wanted to take this their class, that did have the core engineering design skills to go and find things that need to work on. And I think that's a big part of how we were able to maintain that top bar over the years. At the time that I was joining Stripe, the industry was still doing a lot of whiteboard interviews. You write code on a whiteboard during an engineering interview. And we believe today that that's actually like a great way of simulating what it's like to see an engineer do work. So at Stripe, we designed an interview process where you could actually be on a laptop with all the tools that they were used to having and pair program with an interviewer. And we try to give the most kind of realistic experience of work that we could. The programming exercises were very deliberately designed in order to make sure that we were selecting for folks that wanted to take this their crafts, that did have the core engineering, design, and kind of inquisitive skills to go and find the right things that we need to work on. And I think that's a big part of how we were able to maintain that top bar over many years. At the time that I was joining Stripe, the industry was still doing a lot of whiteboard interviews.
Policy support and a bunch of reading. It also increased performance by 5 or 10% and reduced by 50% the slab cache being used by the system. So slab was a big thing, but it still did not address all the issues of the slab implementation. So slab has this issue where there is a lot of contention around slabs whenever we have a lot of cores trying to request the same size of slab. Now this was known for a long time. In fact, even Bodvig himself knew that this was an issue. So much so that he wrote a paper about it, describing a new concept that he called magazine. Now, when we're talking about magazines, Dunwich is an American, that means that we're talking about guns here. But, of course, this was a very bad name, so it was renamed Sheaves for Linux purposes. So let's just try to compare slab and sheaves for a moment. So whenever you use slabs, if you free an object, if you add an object, or if you need another slab, you might have to get a lock. So you might have to literally block the rest of your system for this specific type of objects. So this is of course not great. So how do we fix this? Now sheaves do it by allowing us to do two things. The first thing that it will do is specific amount. So by adding those parameters, we're able to first give per CPU sheaves for the average amount of allocation, and then store additional sheaves inside of a barn for worst case scenario. Now, just for those that are not English viewers, sheaves, we're talking about a bundle of stalks, a bundle of plants, right? So when we think of a sheaf, taking like one straw out of the package of sheaves, that's the analogy, and that's why we're talking about barns. We're talking about taking the sheaves to the barn. Anyway, now you understand the analogy, but this is the idea. So having this pre-allocation and having this on CPU, this CPU array, allows us to be way faster, because on a standard, let's say you're trying to allocate a bunch of small chunks of memory, well, if we already know the average allocation that we're going to need, we can make sure that we have enough on the CPU for that. So most of the time it will be very fast. We won't have to wait for a lock or anything. And whenever we need to go over that, whenever we get into the worst case scenario, then we can take the lock, where it will be stored inside of a barn that shouldn't be really that much used, because the average scenario should not need that barn. Now, we're not getting into too deep of a specific with sheaves, but sheaves achieve this by, of course, keeping one sheave on the CPU and keeping a backup sheaves on the CPU, allowing us to have more than enough to process the average task, and then being able to take more from the barn. So now knowing all of that, what does it mean for performance? Well, right now it's a little bit hard to know, because if we blanket apply sheaves throughout the kernel, it will show us a bunch of performance gain, but also a bunch of regression. The big reason for that is that the step of pre-allocation can be long, and if it's not set correctly, it will yield big regressions. It will cause a lot of issues. So for now, sheaves are an opt-in feature, but we will see probably more and more the implementation being done through the kernel at different parts, and it should yield pretty impressive performance increase. So let's get into the second change of the day, which is AMD SCD ciphertext hiding support. Now, we know I love AMD CPSNP, I love Intel's DDX, I love the idea of conventional computing. Now, there's been a lot of movement on that side, and things have been going great. But today we're going down pretty much a not so good path. So let's go into a paper that is called Relocate Vote. So Relocate Vote was a paper made by a couple of Canadian universities. So it discovered a vulnerability in AMD's SCVSNP that allows a malicious hypervisor to extract some information from the ciphertext. So here, when we're talking about ciphertext, we're talking about the encrypted memory of the VM. So the way that encryption works for AMD, and it also works the same for Intel when we're talking about DDX or SCVSNP, is it will split the memory into 16 bytes chunk, and it will encrypt it using the key from the VM along with a tweak that is provided by the physical address. So what that means is if I encrypt, let's say, 0 on physical address 1 and I encrypt 0 on physical address 2, it will give me different values. If I were to read as the hypervisor those two values, it would show different results. So this is used so that you cannot just read the whole memory and then see what the prevalent values are to try to guess what the 0 is. Because if you know that zeros happen about 30% of the time in memory, you would be able to guess that the value that happens 30% 50% of the time is 0. But this is of course not possible because of that address space tweak. Now the issue here is that AMD and have this feature where you can move memory. So you can tell a specific page to move from one place to another. You can probably see where the issue starts is that you can move different page to the same spot in memory and try at that point to guess what the 0 or the most prevalent value is. So using that technique, we can at least guess where the 0 is, because of course in Linux, the most prevalent value will pretty much always be 0. So you can guess what your 0 is, and after that, you can maybe start breaking some more complex things. So you can break the address space layout randomization. You can try to leak some positional information based on where there's zeros, where there's an actual value. So this is not good, right? This is not what we want, and this is empowered by two features. The feature to be able to move pages of memory, and the feature to be able to read that memory from the hypervisor's point of view. Now, on AMD, the hypervisor can read memory. On Intel, this is not the case, so this is why this is more of an AMD problem than a TDD issue. So the support of AMD SCD-SMP ciphertext hiding is crucial in order to have more protection, because we wouldn't want the hypervisor to know where the zeros are. We wouldn't want the hypervisor to be able to guess maybe more values because they know they are more prevalent in some specific type of servers. So this is a very important thing to implement. So now AMD SMPs have this feature, and you will be able to enable it on the CPUs that have this feature. Because of course this needs to be enforced by the hardware, because if it were not, it would be easy to just trick the guest into saying that it is enforced. So it is great to see that feature. Now I just want to talk a little bit more about how insane you can go with these techniques. So there's actually a thing that you can do as a host that is magical. It is the idea of removing the write permission on the guest's memory. So in the paper, they actually talk about the idea that you just remove the write permission to all of the memory of the guest, and then it will prompt you, it will tell you which page are being edited at that time. And you can then compare the state before and after to see what changed inside of the page. So you can get even more insight into what is being modified inside of the memory. So you can really go deep into, pretty much breaking the encryption if you're going deep enough. So it is very important that we have this feature and that it is being enforced. So I'm very happy to see support for it in this kernel. So still on the VM side of things, let's talk about KVM that now has support for the control flow enforcement technology. So this that on other agreement was going on. So yeah, that was how it came out, and then there's still like a four-coder website that I control that is not like part of the community's new four-coder fork, but there's a four-coder Discord where I pop in once in a while to answer questions about why I did some peculiar thing here or there, while there's like maybe a handful, like 5 or so people who are contributing fixes and updates and stuff to the community four-coder fork. And it's cool, like even to this day, if I go look at the four-coder Discord, once every couple weeks someone new will pop in and be like, hey, how do I get set up with four-coder? And then someone else will be like, try the four-coder community fork, try this custom layer. If you wanted to use Ryan's custom layer, here's that one, like whatever. There's a couple different options to get started, whatever you want, and then people... And I'm sorry that this wrong way. This is James Cordier informing his clients that he's accidentally incinerated all of their money on one bad trade. Thank you. Be well. Good luck. His clients, which includes retirees in their 80s and 90s, not only lost everything, but were hit with margin debt calls that forced them to pay interest. All because of a gas trade that's so degenerate I wouldn't blink if I saw it on Wall Street bets. Some individual names that you like right now and have actually been putting money in right now include Upstart, that is one. What I'm about money in right now include Upstart. Upstart, that is one. What I'm about to show you is so good that it's hard to believe this isn't a skit. CNBC is interviewing Mark Minervini, a well-known stock trader who claims to achieve extremely high market returns. There is some doubt about his actual performance since Mark's claims are unaudited, but he's been on Wall Street for several decades and authored 4 books that lay out his strategies. During a live segment on CNBC's Power Lunch, Minervini is asked to discuss some of his investments.
Yeah, so Upstart's up about 25% just in 4 days since we bought it. We bought it on about 4 days ago. That's a good-looking name.
Minervini strongly endorses his latest bet on Upstart Holdings, a stock that had been listed for less than a year. If you're wondering what kind of business Upstart is, don't feel too bad, because even Minervini has no clue.
Very powerful, very strong earnings. These stocks are... What do they do? I don't even know. What do they do? Excuse me? What does Upstart do? Well, I'm sorry. What kind of company is it? Yeah, I'm not... You're breaking up.
Oh, the old "you're breaking up" trick. I mean, if you're going to go on CNBC to shamelessly plug a stock, the least you could do is read a quick Wikipedia summary. But the absolute cherry on the cake is the fact that this happened on the 15th of October 2021, the very day that Upstart stock peaked before falling 97% over the following year. Actually, it's even crazier than that. The stock price on the screen during the interview was the highest it ever reached. He then reportedly shared a video at the gun range shooting targets labeled trolls and went on a weird defensive Twitter tirade. Welcome to the wonderful world of Wall Street's most embarrassing moments. There's actually so many of these that I've had to put them into categories. Investors who are wrong so consistently, it's genuinely impressive. Hosts whose endorsements turned companies into dust. And my personal favorite, traders who fat-fingered multi-million-dollar transactions. But let me first get back to the infamous hedge fund apology video. James Courtier was a boutique money manager running optionsellers.com. His 290 clients were mostly retirees looking for a safe, stable return on their nest egg. Unfortunately, there was nothing safe nor stable about their strategy. Courtier's method was to sell naked on natural gas futures. Someone would buy his blocks for a small premium, and in exchange they'd get the right to buy natural gas contracts from Courtier if the price of gas spiked. The naked part of the strategy just means that Courtier was selling gas contracts that he didn't actually have. And so if the price spiked, he would have to go into the market and buy them, making the losses theoretically infinite. For a while, prices didn't really move all that much, and so the firm just collected their safe, stable premiums. But in late 2018, a combination of extremely low storage levels and shifting weather models created the perfect storm for a price surge. On the 14th of November, natural gas futures jumped 18% in price, the biggest one-day move in 14 years. The price smashed through the strike price of the call options that Courtier had sold, so those traders executed the option, compelling Courtier to sell them huge amounts of gas futures, which he didn't have. Buying the futures needed to meet their obligations would cost more than all of their clients' money. To make matters worse, Courtier's firm wasn't structured like a hedge fund. He was managing all of the clients' accounts individually, and so they were all personally liable for the debts accrued on the trade. Reportedly, $35.3 million owed by 290 clients, which is more than $100,000 each on top of already losing their entire portfolios.
This rogue wave that I was unable to navigate has likely cost me my hedge fund. And the reason why I had a hedge fund is because you are clients.
What he means to say is that he's lost his stream of management fees. Courtier was not personally liable for his actions, and it's unclear if his personal fortune was even impacted at all. We do know that he didn't offer to reimburse his clients, some of whom had to take out second mortgages. Instead, he thanked them for barbecue sauce.
client in Kansas City. Thank you so much for the barbecue sauce. I will enjoy it and give you always in the future.
But as much as I enjoy seeing a stupid trade blow up, there's another type of Wall Street blunder that holds a special place in my heart. Fat-fingered trades. There's just something so humanizing about the enormous scale, efficiency, and complexities of markets reduced in an instant by something as trivial as a typo. In 2005, a Japanese trader at Mitsuo Securities did just that. He typed out and submitted a trade for JCOM stock, offering to sell 610,000 shares at a price of 1 yen each. He quickly realized that he had actually meant to sell one share for 610,000 yen. JCOM didn't even have 610,000 shares in total, so the order obviously made no sense. But that didn't matter to the Tokyo Stock Exchange systems which processed the order. Mitsuo Securities lost 27 billion yen for the mistake, the firm's entire first quarter profit. Funnily enough, there's a lot of fat-fingered trading stories related to Japanese markets, presumably because each share is typically thousands of yen, and so when the number of shares being traded is small, it's basically the reverse of what traders are used to seeing. In 2001, a UBS Warburg trader tried selling 16 shares of Denso stock at 600,000 yen each. Instead, they submitted 610,000 shares at 6 yen each. Just like the other case, when a firm accidentally sells way more shares than they intended, they often don't actually have them to sell. They literally have to go and buy them at 600,000 yen just to give them away again for 6. That one was a $100 million loss. Just a couple of years ago, a Citigroup trader working out of his London home made a gigantic slip-up. He tried to sell $58 million worth of shares, but entered the value in the wrong field, resulting in a $444 billion sell order. Most of the order was blocked by Citigroup's system, but $189 billion was picked up by an algorithm that started dumping it. Before it could be stopped, the computer had already sold $1.4 billion of European stocks. And for a brief moment, it obliterated Nordic markets, with the Stockholm Market Index falling 8% in just 5 minutes. Then there's the classic too many zeros power. A Lehman Brothers trader executed a £300 million order that was quite literally too many zeros. The UK stock market saw $30 billion wiped out in an instant. But my personal favourite made a feature way back in 1998. While distracted looking at another screen, a Solomon trader unknowingly held down his computer's F12 key, which was a key binding to instantly sell French government bonds. Before he realised, his elbow had liquidated 14,500 contracts worth $1.3 billion. Just a quick side note, I'm working on a super secretive project for 2026, and you can be a part of it. This isn't an ad, there's a link in the description that will take you to a poll, pairs of random stocks, and all you have to do is vote on which stock you think will do better in 2026. I don't want to reveal too much about the video just yet, but it's going to be a lot of fun, and so if help out by coming to it would mean the world to me. You know, there is one thing that I admire about money managers on TV. They sit in front of a camera week after week, year after year, spouting complete nonsense with unwavering confidence. And there's one that stands tall above the rest. Cathie Wood. Her funds have destroyed the most wealth in the past decade, $14.3 billion, and second place isn't even close. Their flagship ARK Innovation Fund is down 50% from its peak in February 2021, a peak that came just 5 days after Cathie delivered this iconic Yahoo Finance interview.
What are the arguments against this position? Clearly, we're missing something. But we weren't.
Over the course of the 40-minute interview, she endorses a few stocks that she owns, and they almost all aged like milk. If you invested in an S&P 500 index on the day of that interview, you'd be up about 80% plus a bit extra in dividends. Tesla, her biggest bet, almost matches the market return, but that's just about where the good news ends.
Roku is becoming the operating system of streaming TV, of connected TVs.
Kathy's second biggest investment, Roku, is down about 80%.
CRISPR and other gene editing technologies and gene therapy, we're going to be able to cure diseases.
CRISPR Therapeutics, also a disaster.
Teladoc is becoming the healthcare information backbone of the United States.
Teladoc Health, down 97%. Ouch. Square Incorporated, which has been renamed to Block, turned $1 into 25 cents. So her 5 biggest bets were all pretty bad. My personal favorite is number 6, Invitae Corp.
Invitae in the molecular diagnostic space is probably one of the most important companies in the genomic revolution.
Yeah, they went bankrupt. When you see a fund manager on CNBC, it's not because they have some incredible stock tip for you. It's because in just 60 seconds, it can make a stock go from being down 4% to up over 1%. And they'll make hundreds of millions of dollars in management fees regardless of how much money their investors lose. All in all, I think Jim Cramer said it best.
I am shocked at what she buys and how she buys. She buys like someone who just started yesterday.
And speaking of,
She buys like someone who just started yesterday.
And speaking of Jim Cramer, he might just go down in history as having the worst ever stock call that was broadcast on national television.
No! Bear Stearns is fine!
One of the biggest banks at the center of the US housing crisis was Bear Stearns. They had huge exposure to the subprime mortgage bubble and began taking on losses in the second half of 2007. As 2008 rolled around, confidence in the bank's survival was persistently declining, and by March, billions of dollars a week were being pulled. They were on the brink of a liquidity crisis, where even just one big withdrawal could end the firm. On the 11th of March, a viewer wrote in to Jim Cramer's CNBC show to ask him if he should sell his Bear Stearns stock.
Should I be worried about Bear Stearns in terms of liquidity and get my money out of there? No! Bear Stearns is fine. Do not take your money out. If there's one takeaway other than plus 400 somewhere, Bear Stearns is not in trouble. I mean, if anything, they're more likely to be taken over. Don't move your money from Bear. That's just being silly. Don't be silly.
Note, the stock price at the time was about $60. Well, 2 days later, and this happened.
Stearns today leading the tumble on Wall Street. The stock plunging 45%.
The market then closed for the weekend, and when it reopened on Monday, this happened.
Bear Stearns shares down 90% this morning. JP Morgan, along with the Fed, was going to be bailing out Bear Stearns for $2 a share.
Endorsing a huge banking stock just 6 days before it drops 98% is insane. But what if he did it again?
So about that bank. Being a banker to these investors, pools of capital, has always been a very good business. Stocks so cheap.
He was a few weeks early with that call, but I'll give him credit for that one. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and don't forget to become a part of an upcoming video by clicking the link in the description and casting your predictions.
Why isn't it fucking redirected? fuck?
Here comes the sun, I say it's alright. Darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Darling, it feels like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. And I say it's alright. The smile is turning to the faces. Darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun, and I say it's alright. It's
Yeah, I'm just gonna get everything from Cloudflare workers. Yo. What the fuck? What? Yo. Yeah. I think we can even drop a little bit further. So many decibels. Here comes the Sun King. sounds fucking horrible. Whatever. What do it fucking do?
Once goes away, get back home. Once goes away, get back home. I will sing a lullaby. One goes away, get back home. One goes away, get back home. I will sing a lullaby. Celebrations, I break down. You're gonna carry that weight, carry that weight. You're gonna carry that weight, carry that weight.
test coverage looks great on paper. Then I watched it crash and burn in production at 1/10 of the scale of a legacy code it was supposed to replace. I was the mid-level on the team who saw the problems early, tried to raise concerns 3 different times, and nobody listened. This is how I learned that beautiful code is completely worthless. It's 2018. I'm working with a mid-sized e-commerce company. They do about $50 million in annual repeating revenue. 7 back-end engineers, 3 maintaining the legacy PHP system, 4 of us building the future. I was on the future team. Well, management brings in Steven, 8 years of experience, recently gave a talk called Why Code Quality is Your Competitive Advantage. I'm only 2 years in. I'm excited to learn from someone like this. First team meeting, Steven's on the whiteboard for hours, showing architecture, repository patterns, event sourcing, and everything that you need. All the clean code book stuff. And I'm thinking, this is really impressive. This is how you're supposed to build systems. But there's something in how he talks about it. This confidence that borders on dismissive. He waves his hand at the legacy system saying, this is exactly why we need this migration to happen now. Clean code is what matters. I'm cautiously optimistic. The patterns make sense, but something feels off about ignoring everything else. What I didn't realize was that Steven was optimizing for like the wrong back-end pillar, and I was about to watch it play out in slow motion. Steven's first PR comes in. The code is clean. It's nicely structured, has proper dependency injection, and follows everything you'd want it to follow. He had a few comments, mostly positive, 2 comments that were talking about caching, but he replied and said, we don't want to have too much premature optimization. Then Steven assigns us, me and a couple other people, to study the legacy PHP system, understanding why we're migrating. I open it, the legacy system is really messy. One of the files has 4,847 lines, has no classes, SQL concatenation, magic numbers, pure spaghetti. Steven also looked at it, and in stand-up, he mentioned that it was worse than he thought. But I'm curious because it's currently running properly. Of course, it could be better in, code quality, but it works. So I dug deeper, and I started finding things buried in the configuration files, scattered through the deployment scripts, the whole hidden infrastructure of this legacy application. It has a 3-tier caching, and the cache rate is 91%. It also has 47 database indexes on the orders table alone, partitioning by month, 3 read replicates, and then I found custom metrics for clients, 240 to be exact, tracked across every step of checkout, error rates by payment method, latency percentiles, and real-time dashboards. It had everything you needed in case a disaster happened. So I went back and looked at the Black Friday of 2017 data, the year before, and it had 85,000 concurrent users, 77,000 orders, 246 milliseconds on average, with an uptime of 99.4%. I'm staring at these numbers thinking like, wow, this is really impressive. So I grab coffee with Mike. He's the legacy team. 15 years at the company. I show him the numbers. I remember telling him, Mike, the code's a mess, but these numbers are really good. How'd you do it? I still remember today because I felt like it felt funny because I just remember him leaning back, taking a sip of his coffee, and saying code quality is just one dimension, Eric. Infrastructure, database design, observability, those matter too. Maybe more when you're under load than you think. And that still sticks with me today. Code's just one dimension. We give so much credit and so much effort toward code, but it's only one dimension. It's only one pillar of building software. So I bring it up in our planning. I said like, hey Steven, I look at Black Friday metrics and they handled 85,000 concurrent users. Should we be looking at more caching and observability to kind of match what they were doing in production today? And I remember Steven barely even looking at me. That's just compensating for bad code here. Clean architecture doesn't need all that infrastructure. Trust me. I'm thinking, well, the data doesn't lie, right? But he has 8 years, I have 2 years, maybe I'm missing something. This was the first time I raised the concern that I was shut down almost instantly. Over the next 2 months, we start building out Steven's vision. The code is very clean. I'm going to give Steven all the credit for that. It's clean, it has clean structures, the patterns are great, everything's testable. It's very satisfying. But that question keeps nagging me. Will it scale? While Steven's perfecting the code, infrastructure is delegated to a DevOps engineer who's never scaled before. The DevOps engineer really knew what they were doing, but not in the standpoint of how to scale users. And on top of it, we barely used caching. In staging for this new system, caching only hit 23%. The legacy app had 91%. And observability, we had basic logs, but no custom metrics, no query visibility. So I do something I've never done before. I start documenting everything.
In small tab, one of the most exciting things is that you can program the system from within the system. But it's all dynamic. It's all happening at runtime. And I think the way that means metaprogramming lets you sort of reach into the syntax and redefine it and add things to the UI and things like that feels a little bit similar in terms of being able to program the system from within the system. But it's all static. It all happens before runtime. Even though lots of stuff is run, it's all happening at compile.
Welcome to Software Unscripted. I'm your host, Richard Feldman. I saw a talk recently called The Best New Programming Language is a Proof Assistant by Harry Goldstein. In the talk, Harry showed off some of the seriously impressive metaprogramming capabilities of the Loom 4 programming language and how he had integrated them directly into an IDE. Let me give you a teaser from that talk. Here's a quick clip.
And what actually happened here is the Loom compiler, during compile time, took my generator, sampled it at that time, and built this chart, which you could then run. And if I drag this forward, the distribution changes, I actually noticed my code changed. The number in the code changed when I changed the slider. I'll change the slider again.
Today I'm talking with Harry about how Lean4 does metforming, and along with lots of other topics like property-based testing, clear improving, and even some small talk. I want to give a massive thank you to everyone who's been supporting Software Unscripted on Patreon. If you'd like to become a supporter too and get ad-free episodes including video, check out patreon.com/softwareunscripted. And now, here's Harry Goldstein. Alright, Harry, thanks for joining me.
It's great to be here.
So you recently gave a talk about Lean4 and some of its metaprogramming capabilities, and also specifically how those metaprogramming capabilities build some really cool tooling. I saw some cool videos of in the talk, sort of like visual interactive type stuff. Do you want to give people a little bit of background on how that all works?
Yeah, so Lean4 is a programming language, but it's also kind of a proof assistant or a theorem prover. We can talk a little bit more about that later if you want to. But as part of that system, the Lean developers built in these tools for visualizing parts of your program. They call them widgets. And they're basically ways that you can use...
This is an air vent. High pressure air is coming out of that little jet. When I put this sphere in here, the friction of the system is greatly reduced. Now, when I drop the system like this, you'll see it is sort of how you expect, it just falls. But when I spin this up and give this thing some angular momentum, something interesting happens. What you're seeing here is called gyroscopic precession. The angular momentum of the system cannot change in magnitude, that would be the friction, which is fairly low. But gravity is pulling down, constantly changing its direction. You can see
Alright, okay. I'm going to bag myself on the ice.
I need you to meet the property. Otherwise, you're going to get hit.
I'm going to jail because of that? That's fine too. Whoa!
How's it going?
Well, okay.
What's going on?
Alright. Would you like me to step out the truck or?
Hold on.
Hold on. Well, as of right now, nothing is technically going on. I just ran a ship up.
Okay.
Don't go say no.
Okay.
Looking for the company to do that with everybody.
Okay.
That's it. Real simple. I don't know what they told you, but
They're telling me that you're saying that something happened here that damaged your trailer.
so why are you saying that if you don't know? Just go and get out there. There's no need for it. What? Well, you know my life. I don't know why they would say that. What I told them is what I would tell you.
Okay. How long until the tow truck gets here?
Oh, I don't know.
I will get my own tow truck here.
Whatever needs to happen. Yeah, sure.
If you can't move it, then we'll do something.
Sure.
I need you to meet the prompt. You have been trespassing.
Oh, I don't know.
I will get my own tow truck here.
Whatever needs to happen. Yeah, sure.
If you can't move it, then we'll do something else that can.
Yeah.
You have been trespassing the property though.
Oh, that's fine, but I still can't move.
Yeah. It said that you blocked their...
You see what I'm doing, bro. You see it there.
I hear you.
You know if I move that truck, it's gonna cost more than. You know
I
that.
made it this far though. I think you're trying to be difficult.
You think I'm trying to be difficult? You got that assertion because of what they say. I'm trying to be difficult.
Why'd you stop?
Well, let me ask you. Because the security guard told me to move up to the stop sign. He told me directly to do that.
I'm giving you direction.
That's right.
That you're going to pull this trailer off of their property.
You're asking me.
I'm telling you.
Well, no, I can unhook and let somebody else do it the way you first said.
Of their property.
You're asking me.
I'm telling you.
Well, no, I can unhook and let somebody else do it the way you first said. You said you can get your own travel to do it. So yes, I can unhook. That's not being difficult. I'm following your orders. You said you can.
I need you to leave the property. Otherwise, you're going to get jail.
I'm going to jail because of that? That's fine too. How's everything going over here? People are so stupid to believe anything. I threw the fact sheet out the window and just start making stuff up. Yeah, no problem. I made up the fact sheet. 6 sales in 20 minutes. You're a natural. Keep this up and you've got a good shot at winning the sales contest. What contest? Well, we're tallying total sales over on the big board. First prize, a flat screen TV. Keep up the good work. Hello, I'm calling from Air Scrub Air Filters. No. Don't put money on the phone. Just get a credit card. Reese is a sales machine. If he keeps up this pace, he's gonna win the whole thing. Don't worry. I gave him a list of people that told us to go to hell. Listen, we might be calling again if it wasn't an emergency. There's an alarming amount of great on in the car. Don't buy from Air Scrub. Buy from one of our competitors. I'll give you the number. But for the love of God, hurry! Help you! Help you! I understand you're very upset. I know the new guy, but you gotta go for half hour and have him close this deal. Remember your ABCs. Always be selling. Can't interrupt him when he's in the middle. Hey, this isn't how listening. Get it done. Alright, Gabby. We've got better things to do than talk to you all day. Now give me one reason why you don't need an air purifier.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Nice try. I use that excuse all the time.
No, I'm serious. I just feel like I can't go on. I'm clinically depressed and my cat died because he was allergic to me when a wife ran off with my mother's head.
Get the manual.
It just doesn't seem like there's any reason to go on living. What this is pointless. I'm just gonna hang out. No one cares about me.
Listen, lad. I'm as lost as you are. I'm completely broke. If I disappeared, who would notice? But now I've got a purpose. Maybe you and I were meant to talk to them.
You mean like me?
Exactly. Maybe life is like a roller coaster, and you only go down to it and coming back up.
Wow, I actually feel a little better.
Now, this is what I want you to do. I want you to walk into the bathroom, and I want to hear you flush those pills down the toilet.
They're gone. I did it. I don't know what to say, but thank you, Reese. Thank you.
Don't thank me, Rob. This is all you. You should treat yourself to something really nice. Why don't you take out your credit card and buy a dozen air purifiers?
That sounds a little expensive.
I just saved your life and now you're questioning me?
Look, I'm sorry. I was just saying.
Every minute I'm talking to you, the price is going up. I want those numbers now. Do you hear me?
Let me find my wallet.
Just give him the damn TV. How's everything going over here?
People are so stupid to believe anything. I threw the fact sheet out the window and just...
What the fuck?
You guys just see what I did there? See that move?
Yeah. Some of you would call that a 180. I would actually call that impersonating GitHub and the recent changes about GitHub Actions. If you haven't been on Twitter or Hacker News, you may not have seen that GitHub made a big change to their GitHub Actions, and of course, this led to an absolute pandemonium. People freaking out, sending all caps tweets. It was a bloodbath in those streets. And so, of course, what did GitHub do? They rolled it back. Now before I just start yapping and just give my very emotional appeal to everything that has happened, which, by the way, there may be a small crash out by the end of this. Before I do that, you should probably understand what's happening. So a couple days ago, we were hit with the following title. Today, we're announcing updates to our pricing and product models for GitHub Actions. We got ourselves the pricing change, and typically what a pricing change, at least what I'm familiar with, is that, well, it's time to pay more money. But this one was a bit more complex, because first GitHub talks about how there's going to be a price reduction of 40%, and you're like, oh, okay, you're making things cheaper? Alright, hey, confusing, but okay, this is not normal, this is not industry standard. But then, the coup de grace landed. We are introducing a 0.2 cent per minute Action Cloud platform charge for all Action workflows across GitHub hosted and self-hosted runners. Yes, the big glorious change landing was that some people will save some money, some people attempting to do a little self-hosting themselves, they might start getting charged. Now, I think it's pretty clear from the outside, it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to understand what happened here. Charging for self-hosted is just gonna never play well in Peoria. It's gonna 100% of the time backfire on you, and I have no idea how whoever was in charge of this, how you didn't go, oh yeah, this is a horrible idea. I don't need the community's feedback on this one to know that this is a bad idea. Anywho, they went through with it. Of course, this led to very many tweets such as this one. Almost nobody will be impacted by this, and the money is basically nothing. Cool. So why are you setting your brand perception on fire to do it? I think even better, Mitchell again. Mitchell is just, every time he says something on Twitter, it's worth listening to, because it's obvious why this guy has been so successful. He's very good at explaining how everybody feels in a few sentences. I think in a moment when GitHub's reputation amongst developers is at an all-time low, making the policy change to charge for self-hosted runners in any scenario instead of making other technical changes to make GitHub runners more attractive will go down as a very bad move. And he is absolutely correct. So if you're not familiar with some of the GitHub runner situation, this old script was just all over the place, and in fact, this script was so upsetting that Zig, the programming languages, left GitHub altogether due to the amount of bugs that are surrounding this one little script, which, by the way, if you're not familiar, this literally just pegs CPU until a amount of seconds goes by, and there's a nefarious bug that was fixed like 2 years later that was causing just jobs to run forever. This is a little over 4 years ago today. So get this person says, hey, we have a bunch of actions that are running, there's 16 individual actions running, which means that even though they're running for 4 to 6 seconds each, we're getting charged 1 minute of running per job. That's 16 minutes every single time we do our actions, even though we have nicely separated them all out. And of course, what is the response from Microsoft? I really appreciate your detailed feedback. This is really useful for understanding for our planning. Having a runner for each of your jobs is indeed overkill in this scenario. This is just like the most classic Microsoft style of response. The proper response, by the way, is, you know what? GitHub should figure out how to compute CPU time better, and we should not round up all the time. Here's a clear and obvious situation in which we are far exceeding user expectation and charging significantly higher than we need to. We as a company should do better. We should make our platform both technically excellent and precise so our customers do not feel cheated. Yet that is not the case. That, again, is not the case. This reminds me of this article, and I already covered this, which is Microsoft is plugging more holes that let you use Windows 11 without an online account. Now, you may not know this, you may not have heard this, but effectively what happens is that if you made a local account during the out-of-box experience, it could lead to an incomplete setup. So instead of fixing the flow and making, again, their product more technically excellent and great for the customer, what do? No, you can't. You should be able to make local accounts this way. You need to go to online accounts. Like, again, it's just no respect for the customer. This is the most classic Microsoft behavior of all time. Anytime there's a problem,
hey brother, you're doing it wrong. That's skill issues on your behalf. You need to change your ways and do it the way we want you to do it. So of course, over the days of everybody freaking out, the VP, the new VP, by the way, of GitHub, Jared Palmer, which I do want to say for the record, he's an excellent engineer. I have known him personally for quite a few years, and honestly, I think he could potentially turn this ship around. I have very high hopes for Jared. He says, hey, we are actually going to postpone the self-hosted GitHub charge for runners. I'm very, very happy that he's doing this. This is obviously a whole bunch of, let's call it corporate speech. Especially this line right here. We missed the opportunity to gather feedback from the community ahead of this move. Reality is, you never needed feedback. It's an obvious L. It is a clear and obvious L. You just have to go, how do people feel about runners? Oh, they're very upset at how technically, dilapidated they are. Let's fix that first. Before we do something that will be perceived as adversarial, let's first make things excellent, so people just want to run their stuff on our platform. And then we could be territorial, maybe. Maybe it's not adversarial, just territorial. Also, I do want to throw out one other thing. I really have disliked how this conversation has morphed into a couple things, which is that, hey, not only is GitHub doing these pricing changes, but also, hey, dude, we gave away 11.5 billion minutes. That's $184 million to OSS. We're supporting OSS. I do want to throw this out here. When you make an adversarial price change, but then on the other hand you say how good everything is and all the good moves you're doing, it kind of feels like emotional manipulation. Okay, I kind of feel like you're doing some sort of hostage situation with my emotions, where you're just like, hey, yeah, this was a good, you see how good we are? I'm going to kick you in the nuts, but I'm going to give you a present at the exact same time, and I want you to say thank you. Maybe I don't want to say thank you. Again, I think Mitchell Hashimoto, again, amazing guy, says it really, really true here, which is the first step to fix GitHub organizationally, is to split Copilot and GitHub into separate entities. For those that don't know, if you didn't catch up on any of my many videos about me being frustrated at Microsoft, they have moved GitHub. No longer do they have a CEO, but they moved GitHub under the Core AI VP org. And so if you look right here, you can see right here, Jared is actually a VP of Core AI and a senior VP of GitHub. So he's under the AI org of Microsoft. He is not under developer experience or developer tools or anything consideration. It's under Copilot. It's under, I'm going to use your code to make our AI better organization. Bring in an inspirational CEO from the dev community to lead GitHub. Don't let it report into the nebulous corporate machine. Let the Octocat free. And Mitchell is 100% correct here. They just simply need to separate out from AI. Yes, AI, fine. You know what? Your AI can learn from GitHub. But you should make GitHub under the developer org. You should be making it excellent. See, the thing that's been really bothering me about GitHub is for the last 7 years, they haven't made any change to the actual core system. PRs have remained largely unchanged in how you interact. For as long as I can remember, my experience on GitHub in 2012 and 2013 is not much different than it is in 2025. Now I get it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But there are such things as stacked diffs, which is absolutely incredible. It was created in Facebook 10 years ago. Google's been using them a whole bunch. It's been around for a decade, and GitHub has made no effort into making it happen. In fact, an entire cottage industry started up making stacked diffs on top of GitHub, and I even used it because it was pretty dang awesome. Also, in the last couple years, an entirely new version control that's built on top of GitHub that really takes in this idea of a whole new approach to how commits and stacks and merges and everything should work. And apparently it's significantly easier. To be fair, I've not yet need to use it. I've heard really, really great things. GitHub is making no actual efforts towards how do we make better developer interaction as opposed to more Copilot? I know at the end of the day I might be being a little unfair. Maybe I'm a little negative. I don't want to be negative because ultimately I do want GitHub to be successful. I post a lot of my code there. I would like better experiences. The thing that just makes me upset is that you've had so many at-bats at this point, and you've yet to just get a runner on base. Just give us a runner on base. Start focusing on the technical excellence and allow us to have a platform that matches the open source software that's being hosted on it. I think at this time, there's been no greater point for GitHub to actually be in danger. The
Because of the fucking Hillary.
If a platform became appealing enough for people to jump ship to. Now, I know that's going to be very difficult. Obviously, there's just so much momentum behind GitHub, and I totally get why it will continue to win, and they have so many more at-bats left. Just please, start getting runners on bases. Hey, like the video, make a comment, tell me how you feel. Also, thanks for all the subs. Dude, you guys are crazy. Genuinely appreciate it. Over 1 million subs. I cannot believe a channel talking about code and code-related news is out here sitting at 1 million. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. The name is the Primeagen. Hey, is that HTTP? Well, get that out of here. That's not how we order coffee. We order coffee via SSH. Shot. Yeah, you want a real experience? You want real coffee? You want awesome subscriptions so you never have to remember again? Oh, you want exclusive blends with exclusive coffee and exclusive content? Then check out Craw. You don't know what SSH is? Well, maybe the coffee is not for you.
That's so genius.
There's a $10 billion industry which preys on poor people, is endorsed by celebrities, but most people haven't heard of. Mostly because it goes by so many names. I like something called the debt backpack method. I recommend national debt relief to anyone who wants to become debt-free. It's called the rapid relief method. It's called the debt clear method. That's right. According to celebrities, there's an easy method to get your debt settled. The problem is, the banks don't want you to know about it.
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief program specifically designed to help Americans with $10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt.
I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I was curious what the big secret was. But the second or third time, I started to get suspicious.
Banks don't want you to know this, but there's a national debt relief program
Specifically designed to help Americans with $10,000 or more of credit card or personal loan debt. They hate this program.
They hate this program.
They hate this program because if you qualify, they can help you settle 40 to 60% of your debt and put you on one simple thing and being able to around the rest. Yeah, it's pretty strange, right? And as I investigated, what I found was there were thousands of ads like this with a bunch of variety, micro-targeting different groups. Seniors, Christians, factory workers, anyone with over $10,000 in credit card debt and a polls. But worse, many of them were featuring total lies. Like, take, for example, this cluster of ads about debt elimination for veterans.
So the Veteran Administration is handing out debt elimination for all veterans, and no one's even talking about it.
Yeah, no one's talking about this headline because it doesn't exist. This is a fake Photoshop headline for the Department of Defense. Here's the real one. And these people lied about it to push veterans into debt settlement, and they used the same lie for seniors on Social Security too.
Practically handing out debt elimination for seniors, and no one's even talking about it.
Who are you talking to? Okay, beyond the insanity of running ads with fake government headlines, what bothered me about this was the specific micro-targeting of vulnerable groups and optimizing, like using dozens of AI-generated variations to optimize engagement. There's something so uniquely dystopian about that in a way that it just couldn't have existed 10 years ago. Like, take for instance this ad, which is someone talking about their personal experience getting out of debt.
Trust me, I know what it's like. I racked up 4 of my credit cards to more than $30,000.
Yeah, except that's totally fake. There are dozens of these ad variations, which means they're somehow optimizing for click-through rate to see which of their fake stories works better. Like, is it the one with the girl, the guy, the black person, the white person? And what struck me is just, for all this industrial scale fakery and lying, there is an industry behind all of this, endorsed by celebrities. It's very real, it's very profitable, and it's often predatory, but basically no one knows how it works, because most of it is run in the dark with these ads, and the videos that do explain debt settlement are usually trying to sell you on debt settlement. Facebook to lawyers, whistleblowers, to the public without getting lied to about debt settlement. It is a fact that people are in crippling amounts of debt and want a way out. Fortunately, that attracts conmen and scammers. Now, I'm not here to tell you that debt settlement is a scam, because at its most basic, debt settlement is simply a process where a debtor who owes money and the creditor, the person they owe money to, agree to settle a debt for a lower amount. That is objectively not a scam, and it is sometimes the best move for both parties, usually because the debt is in default, the creditor is probably going to not get paid otherwise, and the debtor can't pay. So that, to be clear, is not what this video is about. Today we're talking about the debt settlement industry, which sells people on the idea of not paying their bills as a shortcut to getting out of debt and taking a fat fee for it. And we're going to talk about how this industry often doesn't disclose the risk, and even worse, tricks people to get them in the program in the first place, which I heard about from someone who sold debt settlement for a living.
Debt settlement is typically for people going through some type of hardship. Whether that's divorce, a medical issue, you lost your job, something catastrophic has happened in your life to the point where you cannot afford to pay on your credit. But that's not what we pitch to. I would say from my experience, 70+% of my clients were not in that situation. They were looking for a consolidation loan, a home repair loan, some type of loan, not debt settlement. Why were people calling for a loan? Because that's what we advertise. The advertising goes to these third-party affiliates that post whatever they want. They just have to get someone on the phone, and we're responsible for closing that person.
So you guys advertise loan, but what you actually sell is stop paying your credit card so we can make the time with your debt.
Correct.
That sounds like a big switch.
That sounds like a bait switch to me. Now you see my ethical dilemma.
That was Miller, by the way. He was a sales rep who came to me to believe companies he was working for were doing things that were unethical. He wasn't the only one. 2 other sales reps who wanted to stay anonymous told me the exact same thing.
Because they're using the bait and switch mechanic of pitching clients the entire thing, and you as the client are going to think that I'm going to get a loan, but then the salesperson is going to go ahead and twist words, basically telling you, oh, you don't qualify for a loan, or here's the repayment plan, it's good. And sometimes people would get confused because the sales agent would rush them into signing the contract thinking that he's going to get a loan, but he's not getting a loan or something like that. So
Most of the people that get called also apply for loans, or they think they're applying for loans, and then when they get one transferred to the sales division when a lead is made, they are baited and switched onto a debt relief program.
This is truly the worst part of this industry, and a secret most people don't know about, that oftentimes you are tricked into getting on a call thinking you're applying for a loan, but actually they're trying to sell you on debt settlement. In fact, I actually got a copy of a script at one point for one of these companies, and they have what's called a loan killer method, which is used when a client is frustrated and asks, I only want a loan or won't give up on the idea of a loan. The script tells them to say, it's going to be very difficult to get a good interest loan. My partner's broker ran your name through and it came back as declined all. It then says, let me tell you why I qualify you for this debt resolution option. Again, confirming what we saw, that it's literally scripted to resell people from loans onto debt settlement, which they didn't know they wanted in the first place.
The whole thing starts out with a lie, many times. A lot of folks I've seen reach out to a debt consolidation company, or what they think is a debt consolidation company, where they're going to get a loan to pay their creditors. And this company pulls their credit and says, you don't qualify. And then they give that credit report to that settlement company. There's already a relationship there, maybe the same company. And so that settlement company calls them up and says, hey, you got some problems with that, so we can help you out. And people don't get, the relationship there. We thought on a few and figured it out. I think most of us start that way. We just they don't necessarily see the relationship. So they start out with a lie, and just, it goes forward from there. They promise, we're going to fix your credit, which is the exact opposite of what they do. They destroy your credit. You're going to save a whole bunch of money. You're not going to save any money. You might save a little bit, maybe, if things go as planned. And worst case, which happens quite a bit, you're going to end up paying more when you just pay your creditors. And you're going to have to deal with a lawsuit problem because somebody's going to sue you.
Yeah, he's right. That was Clifford, by the way. He's a lawyer I spoke to who helped me understand how common it is for people to get sued. I didn't realize it, but lawsuits are the biggest risk of these claims because when you stop paying your creditors, they have no obligation to negotiate with you. I mean, yes, sometimes they do settle, but sometimes they sue. And I learned debt settlement lawsuits are not just possible, they're one of the most popular kinds of lawsuits. They are so common that in many states it is the #1 lawsuit that gets filed.
according to Pew, debt collection takes up almost 50% of our entire civil case docket. And those numbers have only increased in recent years. So not only do debt settlement companies often start with a lie, many don't tell you the truth about the risks, the main ones that you get sued. But even assuming everything goes according to plan, the fees these companies charge eat into most of your savings. The reason this industry has such aggressive advertising is that it's so profitable. And affiliates will say anything to get the sale. This is because the companies charge up to 25% of the debt they settle as a fee, which leaves few, if any, savings on the table for you. And to understand how this works, we'll do some quick math. Let's say you have $10,000 in credit card debt, and you default to enroll in a debt settlement plan, thinking you're going to save tons of money. How this works is you stop paying the creditors, start paying the debt settlement company via a special trust account. We'll assume for this example that you don't get sued, and the settlement company charges a 25% fee. Assuming your creditor settles for 50%, you'd initially think you're getting out of debt for $7,500, saving 25%. $5,000 to your creditor, $2,500 to the negotiator. But not so fast, because you've defaulted on your debt, which means your credit card balance was growing the whole time with penalty interest and late fees. Again, we'll be charitable and assume your balance freezes after a 6-month charge-off. You're actually going to be paying more like a $12,000 debt, meaning you're actually paying $6,000 to your creditor and $2,500 to the settlement company, or $8,500 total. Except we also have to add in taxes on the forgiven debt, which the IRS classifies as income. At a tax rate of 22%, that's another $1,300 you might owe. So you completed your debt settlement program with a payment of $9,800, where your original debt was $10,000. You saved 2% with a 50% settlement. Now, of course, yes, there's a lot of nuance here, and we use nice round numbers, but the point is this. Even when you get a great settlement and things go perfectly, you probably didn't save as much as you think. And this is the core problem with debt settlement. People are sold on an unrealistic view of the upside and don't understand the downside, which is why most people don't finish these programs. So look, these companies don't dispute all the facts. If they do charge high fees, why do you need them at all? Well, these companies would argue they have special relationships with creditors that let them get better deals.
The reason is you can't just call up the credit card company and be like, hey guys, I want to negotiate my debt. It doesn't work like that. Because you have to know who to speak to that has the ability to negotiate with you at the half thing. The problem is, most folks don't have the relationships with the people at these banks to get the best savings.
That's right. Debt settlement companies basically say, look, we do this all the time, we have great relationships, and that's why we're going to get you a great deal. But not everyone agrees with that. Here's Dan, another lawyer.
My main problem with it is they kind of overhype and oversell or outright misrepresent that they somehow have some special relationship with the creditors. These companies will never tell a consumer that. They will never say that the deal that they're likely to get for the consumer is probably the same exact deal that the consumer could get on their own.
Why can't people do it themselves? These companies kind of represent that they have special relationships with creditors, etc. Is that true? People just
100% do it themselves.
Wow. So after all those ads, all the supposed secrets the banks don't want you to know, it turns out you can always just do all of this by yourself. But of course, you're still taking on a bunch of risk of maybe being sued and late fees, which is why at the end of the day, this is an extreme option that should not be taken lightly. And I was going to end it there, because I'm not the type to recommend anything to a broad audience, but given that I know so many people are deep in debt and I had spoken to some experts, I wanted to give them the floor to say what they see people do with their deep in debt that isn't as predatory.
I always recommend, even I don't do a lot of bankruptcies anymore, but I always recommend somebody talk to a bankruptcy attorney at least to see what that looks like and if you have a problem with it. You're on $40,000 worth of debt and you're on Social Security and that's your only income. Anything I can do for you is going to be a Band-Aid as well. And it's probably not the best pick. One to speak to my colleague who is a bankruptcy.
So one is nonprofit credit counseling, which is different than the debt management companies. It's going to be somebody who actually counsels you about your income, your expenses. They come up with a plan with you about how much you're going to have to pay, and they are able to work much more effectively than a for-profit debt management company to work out a plan. If, let's say it was a temporary hiccup with your income, everybody else should have a conversation with a bankruptcy attorney. Because bankruptcy is the best way for somebody who doesn't have a way to pay off their debt to be free of the debt and to rebuild their credit.
Well, there you go. Now, to be clear, none of that is personalized advice. You need to talk to somebody if you actually are deep in debt. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. But the biggest thing I hope you take away from this video is that people people selling you on quick fixes or secrets the banks don't want you to know. They might have a few things to hide themselves. Copy. Absolutely. So, I'm telling you, this is going to change the game. Remember when you said that thing about the deadlines? Yeah, you were wrong. You were 100% wrong. No, watch this. No, don't watch. I mean, watch what? We're watching that. The Patriot. We got to respect the nation. I think the speaker something.
This debt relief program is 100% rejected.
I knew it was obviously an AI. What are you doing? Obviously, you're going to be AI. I mean, my mom was AI. Yeah, what's wrong with it? It's obviously fake. It's fake. What do you mean? Oh my God. Says the guy using 2 anonymous sources. I was protecting that. That's called protecting your sources. Okay, well, I got more sources, so who's right? Sources? They say all the same thing. What are you talking about? What did they say all the same thing? Alright, you want me to show you? I'm just going to show you. Okay, because the proof is in the pudding. It's not a bother. I got it right here. Look at me. Look at me in your eyes when you say that. Yeah, it's kind of fun. What are we waiting for? Queuing this up? There's a lot of videos to go through, okay? It's a lot of investigating, resourcing, something you probably wouldn't know. Play the clips, come on. We're all dying here. Agents are being disrespected. Oh, respect? You're going to talk to me about respect. I have respect for the truth, okay? And you should be grateful that no one's even watching this far, because if people saw the stuff that you were pulling, the facts that you're ignoring, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're sabotaging. You weren't in the show. I got jealous. Yeah, you got the show.
Those people saying it's too good to be true either didn't qualify because they didn't have enough qualifying debt,
or they clicked on one of the many wrong websites circulating out there.
I'll leave the correct website down below so there's no confusion.
It's only going to ask your age, data path, and a few other simple questions.
If you have over $20,000 in unsecured debt, that is credit cards, personal loans, and non-VA medical bills, you may qualify.
just please leave your emails below. It takes 2 minutes to fill out, and it's completely free to qualify.
You're going to tell me that's AI? Look how many wrinkles are in a mockery of journalism right now. You know what? That's not AI. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I've had enough of you. I like the fact. I got the sources. You're mad. It's fine. Let the audience decide.
don't know how this isn't working. What the fuck is this bullshit? freezing my ass off right now. Listen. かすみ。
寝れない。
なんで？悲しみ？悲しみ？どうした？
いけない。元気出ない。
元気出ない？なんでかな。
体も痛い。
生理かな。違う。寒い寒い寒い寒い。雪寒すぎる。寒すぎる。
雪？
うん。雪じゃない。
メリクリ。
ああ、メリクリかな。
クリスマスイブだよ。
うん、クリスマスおめでとうございます。おハッピークリスマス。
まだだっけ？
本当？
イブだよ。
イブ？
今日イブだよ。
本当。
クリスマスイブだよ。
なるほど。皆さん。
じゃあクリスマスの歌歌って。
今ダメ、仕事だから。
いつも変な歌歌いながら仕事してるじゃん。どうぞ。
time go It's going to require some deserialization step. Yeah, we're going to need to have a deserialization. Oh, damn.
Welcome back, Edge Steers. So, you might want to watch my previous video that I put out regarding my heart condition, and I talk a little bit about the symptoms and what's going on. I'll gloss over that briefly, and then we'll carry on. For those of you who know me, you can probably skip this part, but I have a condition known as dilated cardiomyopathy non-compaction, I believe, which means the heart muscle didn't form right about the same time I was born throughout my life. So I do have a genetic defect, and it's been a while in the making, so to speak. But unfortunately, my heart finally did start giving out on October 12th, and I got rushed to the hospital. And as you can see, I'm still here. Not a big deal. I say that, but it is, at least for me. I've now been discharged from the regular hospital into a occupational therapy and physical therapy rehabilitation hospital in Chelsea, Michigan. So you can find it away from home for me, but I progressed well enough where they're going to let me go home barring any unforeseen incidents on the 22nd of December, so this coming Monday. And I have not been home since October 12th. I asked my soon-to-be ex-wife to put a video camera in the house. Her and her dad have been taking care of their animals at home. I've got 2 dogs and 1 cat. And, forgive me, I keep losing my train of thought. It's a new feature since I got my heart surgery. But anyway, they've been taking care of the animals, but I'll be excited to go home and see them and try to resume somewhat of a normal life. So I did get a heart transplant on November 4th, and it took a while for me to think clear-headed, and I felt very weak, which I still do, but after 2 weeks of rehab, I'm not going to say I'm stellar, but I can at least walk around the hospital a little bit, enough so that I could get around my house, and I've done several different therapies. They keep you really busy here. You do 3 hours of PT and OT a day, and kind of amongst all that is visits from basically anywhere from 5 to 10 other people, case manager, doctors, nurses, specialized nurses. So, I feel pretty good now. Back when I went before, apparently I went delirious for like 3 days. And that was after being in a induced coma for about 3 to 4 days. So, it was kind of rough getting started off, and the medicine they have me on now
makes my hands shake really bad. But, I'm still alive, right? There's going to be a lot of new rules. I just had a talk with my doctor today. Can I kiss my dog's on the head? And my cat. He said, I wouldn't do it. So when he said that, I was like, oh. He said, you don't want to introduce any bacteria from anything else. The first 3 months, they really drop your anti-immune system, so my body doesn't reject the harm. Apparently it gets better later, and they start taking me off of some of the medicines that I'll be on. And when it gets to be that time, then maybe I'll be able to ease up those restrictions. There's a lot of other ones. I can't clean the cat box. I have to change my bedding frequently. If the dogs and cat do sleep with me, they can only sleep on the tap. I have to wash or sanitize my hands after every time I pet the animals. No lunch meat. No fresh fruits or vegetables. No fresh flowers in the house. So there's these limitations that make sense to me, but apparently it gets better later. I have a support group through the hospital of other heart transplant recipients and people who have worn LVADs, which I had before November 4th. And I lost my train of thought. Anyway, the support group said, the first 6 months are the hottest. Really hot, hardest, and the doctors pretty much echo the same thing. So I think I'm incredibly weak compared to prior to the surgery. I feel much worse, but over time, I've slowly gotten better and more better. So I'm hoping if I keep up the exercises at home and I start outpatient cardiac rehab, that'll get me even farther. I've done cardiac rehab before, and I think about it, and I'm like, I really don't think I could do that. It was easy when I had the LVAD, but it's different now. Even though the heart is responding perfectly, all the numbers look good. It seems like I should just jump up and walk around, but the body's so emaciated. My legs have shrunk so much. Honestly, I just can't believe it. My arms, everything. So, they stopped. I don't know if I told you I was on Manjaro to lose weight months ago to try to get me in range, because the hospital I'm at required you to be 250 or less. And they changed that, but I did get down to that. As a matter of fact, I'm down to about 210 right now. So that medicine has been stopped, and I've had a healthy appetite. Well, I really think all of that is going into rebuild muscle, because I haven't gained the counts one way or the other, whether it's fat or muscle. I assume it's muscle, because my belly hasn't gotten any bigger. Excuse me. I just wanted to let you know that I'm doing pretty well. I have a new heart, and I'm going to go home in a couple days. And I'll try to keep you updated. I'm sorry that I didn't update you sooner, but I will try. And I'll see you next time. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye-bye.
you're an Arch Linux user, you have an NVIDIA card, and you did a system update in the last couple of days, you probably already know what this video is. If you haven't done an update yet, or maybe you're thinking about building a new system that has an NVIDIA card and is running Arch Linux, well, there's some fun you've got to keep in mind. So, the latest update caused some problems, we will say. And this is primarily the fault of NVIDIA. Don't get me wrong, NVIDIA is the one that chose to make this happen. However, Arch Linux are the ones who chose to handle the way they did. A few days back, this was sent to me. Update package 590.48.01-1. This is an update to the NVIDIA drivers, and at the time, I didn't really think much of it, I didn't read it. In retrospect though, I probably should have, not because I have an NVIDIA card, but because a lot of you guys do, and yeah, as I said, it has caused some issues. So, Arch Linux updated the NVIDIA drivers to 590, and normally, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. In fact, normally, this would just be a good thing. But, it did require making a news post. These are depicted on the Arch Linux website, and if you want to see them in your terminal, there are tools like Arch Update to go and see them as you do an update. Personally, I don't think a tool like this is necessary. I think this should be something built directly into Pac-Man, so it's either on by default, or you can toggle it on, so you can actually see what has changed when you go and update. So many people have no idea that Arch even posts news. Now, I'll talk about the news a bit later, but Arch tends to miss a lot of things as well anyway, so maybe it wouldn't be the first place. So what is the big deal then? Well, as the latest driver update, Turing is the oldest supported GPU series. That means both Maxwell, your 900 series, and Pascal, your 10 series, is no longer supported. Cards like your 1050 Ti, your 1060, 1070, 1080, you know, the 10 series cards. Now, the reason this is a big deal, even though these GPUs are going on 10 years old as of next year, is quite a few people still happen to have these. Here is the Steam hardware survey. Let's search 1050 Ti, 1.38%, 1060, 1.8%, 1070, 0.76, 1070 Ti's, not anywhere near as many, 1080, 0.49%. These are not massive numbers, but if you were to put them all together, it'd probably be something like 8, 9, 10% of people, at least according to the Steam hardware survey, have one of these GPUs. And a big part of the reason why is that was the last time the GPUs were actually kind of affordable. Because following that is when you started to get the ray tracing stuff. Now there was the 1600 series, and 1600 is Turing, so those are still supported. But the main stuff, the RTX cards, which are the only cards now, when ray tracing became a thing, then we started getting prices to match. Not only that, shortly after we had the crypto boom, which, well, we all know what that did to hardware prices. And then we had the AI boom, which hasn't directly affected GPUs just yet, but is affecting memory, and very shortly is going to cause a lot of damage there. And just as we were starting to see prices kind of recover, it's going to get really bad again. So there is quite a few people that are still holding on to these older GPUs. Now with this change, it's kind of two changes in one. There's a change to the older cards that are no longer supported, and also a change to the Turing or later cards. So the NVIDIA package is being replaced with NVIDIA-Open, NVIDIA-DTMS with NVIDIA-Open-DTMS, and NVIDIA-LTS with NVIDIA-LTS-Open.
Insecure and jilted, like a thief, he tried to steal her soul.
don't wish to learn to change my hopes for the world. I'm prepared to change my beliefs about the state of the world, about what happens. But not about what I hope. About that I hope to remain constant. I think we might have called the subject of our talk 80 years of changing beliefs and unchanging hopes. It's very difficult for anybody born since 1914 to realize how profoundly different the world is now from what it was when I was a child. The change has been almost unbelievable. I try as best I can, in spite of my years, to get used to living in a world of atom bombs, a world where ancient empires vanish like morning mist, where we have to accustom ourselves to Asiatic self-assertion, to communist menace. The world is altogether so different from what it was when I was young. It's an extraordinarily difficult thing for an old man to live in such a world. I was born in 1972. My parents died when I was still an infant. And so I was brought up by my grandparents.
Can you tell us something about your grandfather?
Yes, I can tell you something about my grandfather. He was born in the early years of the French Revolution. He was a member of Parliament while Napoleon was still on the throne. In common with all the Whig followers of Fox, he thought the English hostility to Napoleon was excessive, and he visited Napoleon in Elba. It was he who introduced the Reform Bill in 1832 and started England road towards democracy. He was Prime Minister during the Mexican War, during the revolutions of 1848. I remember him quite well. As you can see, he belonged to an age that now seems rather remote. And the world where I was young was a solid world. A world where all kinds of things that have now disappeared were thought to be going to last forever. Dawn on people to think. English people certainly regarded English naval supremacy as a sort of law of nature, the general waves. It occurred to us that
even with Bismarck,
Bismarck was regarded as a rascal, and was thought of as a sort of uneducated farmer, but it was assumed that the influence of Goethe and Schiller gradually didn't just depend on what he was like to point of view. And moreover, we thought of Germany as only a land power. Germany had at that time no navy. We weren't at all afraid of Germany. In fact, liberal opinion was more favorable to Germany than to France at that time. Bismarck himself compared Germany and England to an elephant and a whale, each formidable to its own elephant, and a danger to each other. That's how we felt, so we were not afraid of Bismarck at all. It was thought that there was good.
Pragmatism has focused valuable attention on memory management and introduced the masses to many things taken for granted in functional languages for decades. For example, what Russ calls enums, or algebraic data types, first appeared in the language Hope in the 70s, and has been an absurd omission from mainstream languages ever since. As for memory, mathematicians have neglected this sort of operational detail, since from their perspective it is irrelevant.
What the fuck? Come on. What the fuck, man? Yeah. Wow, those are all fucking gone, aren't they? Wow, fuck you. What the fuck? So voltage. There you go.
But before I launch into the tirade I've launched into half a dozen times now, here's an actual Christmas light storage tip I learned from a teacher in high school. When it comes time to do Christmas light storage, don't try to true wrap them around your arm like extension cord and then shove it on a school bag that is on dad talk. Because that's bad. Sorry, Dad, you're just getting way too tangled up. I'm afraid. Instead, take a rectangular hard and cut this space into the side where the end of this long cut these two splits to get one on each end. Then, it's very important, start with the even end of the Christmas lights and shove the wire down that split. Now, wrap the lights deep on the headboard. Reduces how much light escapes the bulb, causing those colored lights to be much darker than their clear counterparts, particularly the cooler colors on the shorter end of the spectrum, such as blue and green. Now, I'm not fully familiar with that Douglas Adams quotation, which says, anything that is in the world when you're born is normal and ordinary and is just a natural part of the way the world works. And while I'm sure there's some wisdom there relevant to my whole deal, the part that follows about stuff which hit the scene in your teenage to early adult years being new and exciting only sort of applies to me. Because, you see, while I absolutely love what the light-emitting diode has done to make the world better, it has made Christmas much, much worse. Now, instead of decorating with warm and pleasant festive lighting, we are decorating with horrid points of flickering, saturated colors that belong in a gaming PC. And not even like a good one. Why is this? Well, because LEDs are actually only capable of emitting light of a single wavelength. This means they produce a single and very pure color. Now, when it comes to white LEDs, there's some trickery involved. Every modern white LED you'll ever see is actually a hybrid between an LED and, believe it or not, good old fluorescent lighting technology. The actual diodes produce blue, or as is increasingly common these days, a purplish near UV light. So, to fill in the rest of the spectrum, a yellow dot of various phosphors sits in front of the diode and converts the high-frequency light it produces down to various lower frequencies, which cluster together well enough to trick our eyes and brains into thinking it's actually white. We've gotten incredibly good at this. While cheap and nasty LEDs are still on the market in the bargain bin, any decent LED fab these days is capable of producing incredibly good white LEDs that produce light which is nearly indistinguishable from an incandescent filament. And of course, we're now able to embed the actual blue or purple diodes onto a substrate in such a way that we can make very convincing mimics of incandescent light bulbs. This is all innovation I'm 100% on board with. And when people care, we can even do stuff like combine diodes of different color temperatures into a single product, or producing a fixture or bulb with selectable color temperature, or, as is my favorite application, automatically shifting the color temperature down as light intensity decreases to mimic the warming effect of an incandescent bulb at a dimmer switch. You can build that directly into a light bulb, which means you can use old-fashioned dimmer switches to control newfangled light bulbs. And you don't even need an app. Philips used to shove that tech into pretty much every kind of light bulb they sold, but not enough people seem to notice how good of an idea that was. Now it's annoyingly hard to find. Even their own website filter doesn't work. You people need to start caring about lighting more than you do. I'll rant more about that later, but back to Christmas lights. While we have had the capability to produce extremely good light LEDs for a long time, and while the market clearly understands that there are lots of people who want the energy efficiency and long life benefits of LEDs, but who also want to have the aesthetics of old hot glowing wire light bulbs, that memo just never gets received by Christmas light manufacturers. Because year after year, they end up putting Christmas lights on the market which look like these old ones. Now, instead of taking a white light and filtering it down to various colors, each light produces its own wavelength, which leads not only to oversaturated colors, but, especially in the case of multicolored light sets like this, which have blues and greens, overly bright colors which overwhelm the rest, result in a garish blue-green color palette which, while admittedly may not have a taste, I find to be the exact opposite of warm and inviting. It's Christmas time, not the enchantment under the sea dance. Now, the really frustrating thing here is that the solution to this problem is obvious. Do what everyone already does with regular old light bulbs and make old-fashioned looking things using modern technology. Produce Christmas lights with warm white diodes, but then have a color filter over them like we used to have to do with incandescent lights. For years, I was making YouTube videos where I would buy cheap, warm white LED Christmas lights and color them by hand with various materials to demonstrate that A, this could be done, and 2, it works reasonably well. I was never completely happy with any of my various experiments, but this was just a silly thing I did every year to hopefully prove a point and inspire someone with an R&D budget to take action. And as many of you know, this is finally starting to happen. A few years ago, I learned about Truetown Labs, the passion project of a designer who had the exact same bugbear as me, but who actually bothered to do something about it. Truetown started out making LED C7 and C9 light bulbs, which actually looked exactly like the incandescent bulbs they replaced, and they are truly great products which I can personally vouch for. I love them, but they weren't making mini lights yet. So I just kept making the same video year after year. Then, last year, my friend Dan let me know about Vintaglow lights. These were almost perfectly targeted at me specifically. This is my preferred color combo of red, yellow, green, and blue, and they executed the idea much better than any of my experiments could. I I did have a few nitpicks, but, well, those have all been taken care of. This is a set of Generation 2 Vintiglows, and they are a near spot-on, perfect match to the incandescent light sets of my youth. Also of note, for those of you who would prefer the more traditional 5-color combo, that's now an option. Now, I do want to point out that in a dozen sets of my Gen 1 Vintiglows, I did find one where a strand lost a section. I'm sure it's fixable, and each set included some spare bulbs, but it's probably going to be annoying to fix, and I haven't gotten around to it. I might do that for Connextras, but it'll be a couple of days. But since so many of you know about my Christmas lights opinions, I tend to be alerted to the existence of newer options on the market, and this year, there were a couple of developments worth sharing. This puts me in a bit of an odd spot, because I very